Hello everyone, welcome to today's session. My name is Shri Krishna. I'm your learner success manager for the day. Before we go ahead with the session, please let me know if my voice is loud and clear. You can confirm in chat box. Thank you for the confirmation. Let me do a quick audio check with our instructor. Hi Rahul, for audio check.
Hi
Let me know
Shri
if my
Krishna. I hope I'm audible.
we can hear you clearly. Now I will make you the presenter so you can get started with the session. Happy learning everyone.
Thank you. Hello everyone. So let's wait for a couple of minutes so that everyone can join in and then we'll start the session. So sharing a screen that will be starting shortly and I'm currently muted. Hello everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. Hello Nanda, Vipur, Rahul, Bharat, Lakshmi, Shikhar, Toby, Sudhir. Hello. Hello everyone. I hope I'm audible to everyone. Okay, good. So let's go through a verbal recap of what we did yesterday. So in yesterday's class, we continued with where we left off from the first class. Yesterday's class was the second class. So we started talking about various data structures present in Python. We started with list, tuples, and we also talked about dictionary and sets, their corresponding methods and functions, and how you can do indexing, slicing, and moved on. Then we talked about various Python built-in functions as well. What does zip do? What does enumerate do? And what does range do? So we talked about a lot of things in yesterday's class, or like where we left from the first class. And today we'll be continuing from there only, in fact. So before moving ahead, anyone having any questions, please put in the chat. Any questions, any doubts? I also hope that every one of you have started going through the Python documentation. That is what I gave a homework as yesterday for next 2 to 3 weeks. And I'm also hoping that you are practicing and revising the codes and the concepts that we are covering in the classes. See, because in case if your job will be to program, you'll have to be very good with Python. So in that case, for you, for a person who has to program, it's very important to kind of do the revision, practice, and those things. I'll also give you the practice site website that you should use to kind of improve your skills in the programming part. But yes, any queries in from the yesterday or the first class, please put in the chat. I'll be addressing those. Okay. Shift by looking into the documentation of it. So that is how, like for example, Python is completely new to you. So what all functions are there? How do we know that? By looking into the documentation, correct? What each function does, how do we know that? By looking into the documentation. What are the arguments into that function and what values does it require? Everything is present in documentation. Okay. For example, if tomorrow in a new release of Python, a new function has been launched, no one would know about it, correct? So how does everyone know? You go to the documentation and see what's new. Let's say they mentioned that this function is new. Click on it and go to the whole documentation of that function. Okay, what does it do? What output does it give? There would be examples. What parameters or arguments does it take? How those affect the output of the function. So all those things will be present over there. That's why I shared a Python documentation link yesterday as well in the class. Clear? Is it clear? That is true. Good. See, the shortcut you're talking about, for example, if I'm saying uh, like there is a list li and I say li dot and then press tab, that thing you're referring, that shortcut is with respect to Jupyter Notebook. Now there could be editors which might have some other button for providing the documentation or the help part. There could be editors which do not provide any kind of help. Okay, but yes, Jupyter Notebook provides that help. When you press dot tab, it will show you all the auto completion, you can say functions with respect to that data type or that function. And when you press shift plus tab inside the parenthesis of any function or parameter, it opens up the documentation of that function. And in that documentation, of course, all the parameters and what values you can pass, those things will be present with respect to that function inside which you have pressed shift tab. Okay. But it's not a Python feature, it's an editor feature. Okay. So any more questions, anyone? Any doubts, any queries from anyone? So how many of you are going through the code and the parts that we cover in the class before, like for example, if when you join today's class, I hope you have gone through the code and look into the topics that we covered yesterday, because that is what is the revision thing, and you should be very good with it. Yes, Shikhar, please. You want me to unmute you? Okay.
Hey Rahul, can you hear me?
Yes, Shikhar, I can.
Uh, Rahul, I just wanted to learn like on GitHub. Like if I want to like create some projects on my own on Python, and how can I what I've seen like many professionals who are like making profiles for data science. Mostly they attach like GitHub links and stuff like that to where they curate all the projects. They can push and pull all the code. So can you suggest some videos or some documentation which I can do and like make like a professional profile while learning like going on this journey of data science?
See, when I okay, first I hope you understand what is the concept of Git, correct?
Yeah,
Or you're totally new to Git.
yeah. Like I have a like a basic understanding, not very professionally. I have
See,
used it.
if you know what Git is used for, what you can start doing is going through the documentation of Git itself. Like when you go to the Git, all the commands, what does a command do, how to merge, how to add, that gives you a good idea about how to first of all use Git. Once you are good with Git, GitHub is simply, you can say, online GUI of Git, or simply a online a website based on Git, however you want to put it. So those things won't be difficult. It's simply a visual representation. Now the question comes, how do you learn it? See, for every person it depends. It could be that you might like videos much more, or you might like reading much more. So it depends upon you. What I can recommend is how I read. For example, if I want to acquire a new skill, I simply go to YouTube, search that topic, watch top 10 videos, and I go to Google, search that topic, and look into the top 10 you can say outcomes given by the Google. Okay, so that is how I look into any topic. Why I look into this approach, why I follow this approach? Because it could be that one video might have not talked about everything. So 10 videos cover the same, all the things like I would want to know. And same goes for the blogs as well. Some things would not be written to like give said in videos. When you read it, they kind of give you the idea about how it works. So 10 blogs. That is how I proceed. So I do not have any particular channel that I would like to name over here because it could be that a person might not give some information very well. But yes, this is how you should proceed. This is how I proceed, so that is what I give the recommendation of Shikar.
Yeah, sure. And like just a quick question, a quick follow up. Uh, using the structured approach will actually enable us to make a better profiles, or are there any more additional tools also that we
See,
should?
my first you can say kind of recommendation would be that first you should learn Python very well. Once you're good with Python, see, Git would be required for you in case if you are making a project which contains multiple files, multiple iterations. That only comes after once you have started developing models and you're having multiple iterations and you're having multiple versions. Then is when it makes more sense of Git. Now let's say you're practicing Python. Okay. And if you simply have a Git page and you're posting your initial Python work, that learning Python, that really does not help. So my recommendation first would be learn Python very well, learn packaging in Python very well, libraries in Python very well, environments followed by machine learning. And then is when after covering these topics, then you start learning about Git and those parts. Right now, honestly, it will be just an additional piece of work which currently will not help you. But as soon as you're done with machine learning and deep learning, then is when it is the right time to look into those things. But yes, it's totally, of course, your personal choice. This is what my recommendation would be.
Sure.
So yes, if that was the question.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, anyone else? I have given the permissions to everyone to unmute in case if you want to unmute and ask a question. So any questions, anyone? Okay, please write clear if you are clear in the chat so that we can move ahead and I have a clarity that every one of you have understood. I hope I'm audible to everyone. Yes, of course, you'll get the recording on your LMS portal itself. Ajay, you can log in and you can watch the recordings. So, yes, you'll be surely getting it. Okay, perfect. So, I do not see any questions coming up. So here we left off. So, let's move it. Just let me share the open up the code and let me share the screen. Please give me a second. So, I hope my screen is visible to everyone. Okay, perfect. So this is the same code that will be continuing, and of course, we'll be discussing the things that are left now. So we were on the conditions. I shared this updated code yesterday over the LMS portal as well as over the chat, so you might have access to it. And of course, today I'll be uploading the final version. I would recommend and request you to please use only the final version. Why? Because in first class, when we shared the when I shared the code, after that we have done certain changes. Same way yesterday we did some certain changes. So after today's class, because today is our last class, and we'll be able to cover this whole code. After covering today's code and making all the changes, I'll be uploading this as a final version. And so I would request only you to use this rather than anything else. So this is all the parts that we have covered, how you can use sets, dictionaries, and all the questions, and you can see various functions in this particular part. So a couple of things that we have covered in fact. And today we'll be starting from if and else statement, and that is what we'll be covering from today. So let's continue. Now see, so far we have covered multiple Python built-in functions, multiple rules, multiple concepts of variables, data holders, data containers, and these kind of things. Now we'll be moving into and looking into how you can put in conditions. Conditions are very important for you to make logics in your code. For example, that okay, if this thing happens, then do this. If this doesn't happen, then do this. So these kind of logics would be for sure required whenever you do any kind of programming. And if you want to make a logic, if you want to kind of iterate and figure out that okay, only this data enters, still say okay, if this data is valid, then enter. So basically, these if else condition or statements are used for making logics, used for solving logics, ensuring the proper flow. What want you want to happen, only that thing happens. So they play a very crucial part in Python as well as many other programming languages. Now let's look into how do they work and what is the concept behind them. Okay, so first of all, if, else, these are Python keywords. As you can see over here, when I write if, it turns green, so it's a Python keyword. Okay, not mandatory. As I mentioned, it's simply a clear code with respect to editor. It could be that it's different for editor to editor. Okay, now how do we put in a statement or how do we check a if? So what happens is the syntax is you simply say, just give me a second. So the syntax is like you have a if condition and then you have a particular condition over here followed by colon, then an indent, and then the code block. I will talk about multiple things over here. Okay, don't worry. What is this and what is this indent? For those who are completely new to programming, these concepts would be new. So let's move into the blackboard so that we can discuss this in detail. Because I want to give a clear idea about what indentation is, what this colon is used for. Okay, I hope my blackboard is visible. Okay, so what happens is in Python, and I'll try to use very simple and English words rather than some technical words which might confuse you. In Python, you have two parts. There is one colon, and wherever you see this colon, mostly the next line will be having a space or four spaces basically by default. This is what we call as indent. Let's talk about what these whole things are. Please give me a second. Let's say you have a code and we are writing if statement, for example, if, and we know that there should be a condition over here. Okay, so I'll write simply condition or conditions because you can use multiple and or. Followed by this, this is a syntax. Whenever you are using if, and there are many other Python keywords, for example, if you're writing class, if you're writing def function, if you're using if, else, for, while, elif, we'll cover all these things. Try, except, and many more things. These all, whenever you use this, you'll have to use a colon over here. Now, what this colon is, don't worry, we'll talk about that in detail. So let's put in certain line numbers over here. So this is, let's say, line number 1, line number 2, line number 3, line number 4, line number 5. So what happens is, then you have a code. For example, if this condition, then let's say print above condition is true. Now, first of all, what is happening over here? Let's talk on that in detail. Okay, this particular part, this if, is Python keyword. What is a condition? For example, it could be 2 greater than 3, it could be 4 equal to 4, like double equal to, or 5 less than 3. There could be, you can put in any conditions. Okay, it could be, for example, 2 equal to 2, greater than 2, or 5 less than 6, like multiple statements. You can have multiple statements over here. No one prevents you from doing that. But how does if work? If only works when this condition is true. Means, first of all, what does this particular thing specify over here? Like this particular column, what does this specify? In plain English, you can say that this is telling that this line will decide execution of lines under it. Okay, first of all, that is the part. So you are saying that what we can say that this line is the owner line. This is the owner line. This is a owner line. Means it will decide whether multiple other lines will run or not. Now the question comes, what multiple lines you're referring to? So first of all, whenever there is a colon, it has to be followed by a indent. This is an indent. By default, it is 4 spaces. By default, it is 4 spaces. In certain editors, it's even 2 spaces. But it is an indent. There would be a space. Now, what does this indent tell? What does it tell? It tells us that this line, that is line number 2, is dependent is dependent upon line number 1 for its execution. Okay. Or instead of even saying it in this way, let me try to put it much more simply. That this line number 2 is owned by line number 1. A plain simple English. Owned by line number 1. See, let me repeat. In Python, there are certain lines or keywords which will be owner. So you can say this is owner, this line be owner. Wherever you see a colon means this line is a owner. In this line, the subsequent lines, wherever there is an indent, wherever there is an indent means that line is owned. Means if this line means line number 1 decides whether line number 2 will be executing or not. How does it decide? We'll talk about that, but that is how it works essentially. So far, is it making sense to all of you what I'm trying to say? Now, your question could be, can we only have one line as an indent? The answer is no. For example, let's say line number 1, 2, 3, 4, and all the way till n. It could be, you might say that if, then you again might have conditions. Okay. Now you might say, like for example, print, sorry, let me change the color. You might say print hi, print to cube, print still running, anything basically, still under if. So till the time, please listen carefully. Means what does this represent? A owner line can own n number of lines. I'm trying to put it plain English so that everyone understands what I'm trying to say. Okay, means you can have n number of lines present over here. Now, how do we know that these lines are owned by line number 1? Because of this indent. Because of this indent. Till the time a line is having an indent, means it is owned by this particular first line. As till the line indent is continued, it is owned by the line. Your question would be, what if, let's say I simply say print, and let's say just like this something. Let's say this is 100th line. Okay, and then you have all the way till length line. So let's say you said it in at 100th line, you said print hi. And post that, now you're again putting an indent and saying now print, let's say check. Now, first of all, what will happen is, please listen carefully. As soon as indent is removed, in any line, the owner block completes. Means, as you can see, we are not having any indent over here. Are we? The answer is no. We are not having any indent. Means only these lines till this point, let's say, are owned by line 1. You remove the indent, that is where the block terminates. Now you might have a question, what if I put an indent in next line? What if I put an indent in next line? Correct? That could be a very valid question. So in this case, what happens is that this particular line will give you error, will give you error. And what error you'll get? Indentation error. What this indentation error will say? It will say that I do not know by which line I am owned, because already the owned block, like the block of if, the owner block has terminated at line number 100. But at line number 101, you're again kind of passing indent. But I do not see any colon in the line just above. Means once the block is terminated, you cannot see that okay, after third line it should continue again. I will just have one line outside the indent. Does it make sense so far? So just this is the concept of indentation and colon. Okay, so this is a colon and this is an indent. So far clear everyone? Please give me a second. If you put accidentally double indentation, you'll get an error, Jaya. Okay, you'll get an error. I will also talk about double indentation, don't worry. But you have to follow an indent. And now your question is a very good question, in fact. What if when I put a double indent? You're only allowed to put a double indent. For example, for every column only there can be an indent. For example, if I'm saying if, let's say condition 1, okay, then I'm saying print hi, let's say print hi. Now I want to put one more condition inside it, like if condition 2. Do you see? This is a second if block, and again it also owns line. Now here you are having one indent, and let me change the color because it looks. Now what will happen over here? We'll have one indent because this if is owned by this if, and second indent because this is also a owner line. Does it make sense, everyone? So for every column in your line, doesn't matter where your that line is, you'll have to have an indent. So if I see, like, are all the lines second, third, and fourth owned by line number 1? The answer is correct. Is the line number 4 owned by line number 3? The answer is correct. So for every column, there has to be an indent. How many of you have used Notepad++? Let me show you one more thing over there because that might help you to understand the concept. Please give me a second. Is my Notepad++ visible to everyone? Like this is simply a text editor. Do not go into what is the name if you have not used. Now, why do we have the concept of indentation? Let's talk about it. For example, I would just want to talk about Python list, like Python list. Now, just to nest that, okay, append and let's say copy, insert. Okay, now I have tuples. So count and let's say index, same dictionaries, then update, items, keys, values. Okay, now inside items, or let's say inside any function, I can talk about provide index value and item to insert. Item can be anything. Are you seeing how I'm trying to organize the data? This is based on indentation. Do you see these lines? These lines coming up over here. These are indentation guides. So what does it tell? That okay, I'm talking about Python list. So these are with respect to Python list. Okay. Now inside insert function, there are two things. Now this particular is with respect to this item to insert. But is this line number 10 still a part of Python list? Yes, it is. So it simply helps in organizing what belongs to what. And for every topic, I'm putting a space. This is what an indent is. You can see this over here. So this line by default now has 3 indents. Is it making sense? I just wanted to kind of put it much more easy in form of information. So same is the case with codes as well in Python. You decide that okay, this line will be owned by this or this will not be owned by this, that way. Okay, let's move back to the code, or sorry, one note. Okay, so that is how the indent works. Now the question comes, how does if work? Now I'll talk about if statements. Any questions, anyone so far? Okay. Now how is if evaluated, or how does if work in Python? We know the syntax is this way. You can have multiple condition, correct? Condition 1 and condition 2 and condition 3, like this. You can have multiple conditions and then you say print, let's say anything. It could be print hi, it could be print, or do any other task, or run a function, many more things, or another if in fact inside it. Okay, let's say this is line number 1, 2, 3, this way. Now how does if work? For if the output of this whole block is true, if this is true, means all the conditions are evaluated, and if the output is true, then only these lines, like if there are any multiple lines, are executed in order, in sequence, I would say. Does it make sense? Like if the conditions output is true, then only the owned lines are executed if there are many lines. So this is as simple as that. If the output is false, then it won't run the owned lines, basically 2, 3, 4, if any of those lines are there. So that is how if works. Let's move to the code and let's see how it works. For example, I'm saying if there is a condition, if 1 less than 2, print yep. Is 1 less than 2? The answer is yes, correct? So in that case, this particular statement gives the output of true. This prints yep. Now you can have infinite number of conditions, infinite number of if conditions, or statements in your code, and every statement can have infinite number of conditions. Like as I've said, if 1 greater than 2, print yep. Okay, this does not have to do anything with this. So if 3 equal to 3, print hello. If 3 equal to 3 and 9 greater than 8, print hi 2. Okay, are you seeing how everything is getting printed? But if I simply change it, it will not run. Why? Because now this condition is not true. It will not work. Same way, as you can see over here, this condition is also not true. Hence, you're not getting that output at all. Hence, you're not getting that output at all. So you can have infinite number of if conditions. Every if condition is independent of any other if condition if they are not nested inside each other. Is it clear? Any questions, anyone? It's a colon, it's not a semicolon. And it's not at all optional. You can, if you remove this, it will give you error. Expected this. Okay. Clear before? Now coming back to the next part. Now, as I mentioned, if conditions are independent, means they do not depend upon any other statement. They can be present solely independently. They will run independently. Like I had multiple if conditions over here in this block. Now, if I move to else block, what the case is, else condition is not independent. For you to write a else condition, there has to be a if condition. Without a if condition, you cannot write this. Writing else, only else, it will give me error that you're not allowed to simply use only single else. There has to be a if. So else conditions are not allowed. Now how does it work? So it says that okay, evaluate this condition. If this is true, then run this. But if this is false, then run the else condition. That is why it says if else. If this, then do this. Else, do this. Okay. So it says if condition then. But what if I say is 1 greater than 2? Of course it's not. So if this, no, it's not this, it will fail. So it says else condition. Clear everyone? Now same way, you might have a question that you told that there are multiple if conditions that we can have. Okay, we can have infinite number of if conditions. Yes, that's correct. So how do we know that this else will go and attach itself to which if? You can have infinite number of if conditions, but the else is always tied with the last if condition. If you are writing a single else, it is always tied with the last if condition. Okay, means what does it say? That this is a completely independent if. It will be evaluated, and then this will be evaluated. If this is true, then this will be printed as output, and if this is false, only the else will be printed as output. Let's see what I'm trying to say. So I'm saying is 1 less than 2. So it says that okay, if condition is printed. Now because this does not have any else, so it will simply move to the next if. Now the question would be, what if this is not true? So nothing will happen if this will not be printed at all. But what if you want to put in a fail safe? Let okay, if this fails, then do this. Okay, if this fails, then do this. That is where when you use else. So here is where that is what you are doing. That okay, is if 1 greater than 2, I know it's not greater, it will be a false. So in that case, run this code. Okay, so that's why you see else running up. No, all ifs will not be ignored. What I'm trying to say is that the all ifs will be running, all the ifs will be running, only the last if will be attached to the else. Or you can say the else will be attached only to the last if. Okay. Okay. Now, same way, as I mentioned, you can have multiple ifs, and that is again one more example I'm just trying to show you. And just let me remove this as well. So I'm saying x is equal to 10, y is equal to 9. It's not mandatory that you need to have a direct number representation over here. Now I'm saying that, okay, if x less than y, print y is greater than x. Okay. If x is equal to 10, print x is 10. If x is less than 4, 4 is greater than x. Else, you can say else statement ran. So everything is evaluated and you get a output. Now, if I talk about nesting of if conditions, this is what is interesting. Okay, now let's look first of all in detail what is owned by what so that you do not get confused. Okay, please have a look and be everyone, please look very carefully. Now, first of all, I know that this if is owning from this line till this line, or particularly if you can say this line, like from this line to this particular line, this if block is there. Now, because there is no indent over here, means that, and also there is no indent over here, so this else is tied up to this if. Does it make sense? First of all, how do I know that this else is tied up to this if? By looking at the indentation. There is no indentation at this if, and same case over here, so this else is tied to this part. Now, for this if, I use a different color. So this if owns all this block and is tied with this else. How? Because if you look closely, there is only a single indent. If you look for this if, this is tied with this else. How? Because the indentation level is same. So what will happen is how the code will run. Look very carefully. First, this condition will be evaluated. Like if x is equal to 10, yes it is 10. The core compiler, you can say the interpreter will move inside. Or you can say the kernel or Python will move inside it. Okay, this is correct. Now let me move here. If x less than 11, if this is true, then it will move inside. It will run this now. And then it will try to evaluate this. Okay, if type of x is equal to integer, okay, if this, then print this. If this is not true, like if it's not integer, it will print go to else and x is not an integer. And if this statement completely fails, none of this will be run and directly else will run. Are you able to make have a look at it and just let me know if you're able to make sense out of it? The reason for me to put so many ifs and else over here is to give you a complete understanding of how things are working. Just to put in blocks, like what is related to what. So this if is related to this else, this if is related to this else, and this if is related to this else. Any questions, anyone? Any doubts, anything that you have not got? So you can see this is the major if, so this is the first if. Let me change the color. So this is the major if, the first if. Like this is what will be executed. This is the second if, and this is a third. Like this is the hierarchy. Okay. Clear to everyone? Any questions? Please put in your questions. Okay, perfect. Can't be checked by how many else condition. Indentation is mandatory in Python, correct? Can't be checked by how many if and else condition added in the block. I'm not able to understand what you mean by that. But your question would be, can we add n number of if and else? The answer is yes. Just you have to keep that indentation live. Now your question would be, will I have to look very closely like how many indents are there? I have turned off the indent guide where there are various editors, like how we were able to see the indent line. There are various editors that show you that indent line so that you know what is related to what. Like just to show you my one notepad plus plus again. Do you see this indent lines? These particular lines over here. Okay. So this is what will help you to understand, okay, which is related to what. Okay, coming to the second question. So it basically checks all from each block. In this particular part, yes, because x is 10, so this is true. X is less than 11, so this is also true. and x is integer, so this is also true. But if I simply say like this, so none of this will be executed now. So based on the condition only, everything will be evaluated. So we usually indentation is in programming is for human understanding, but Python is strictly following it. A note. It depends upon programming language to programming language. There are many programming languages in which indentation is very mandatory. So any more questions, anyone? Any questions if I have not answered, please let me know. Okay, I do not see any questions coming up, so I hope everyone is clear. So this is how if and else works. Now let's move to if and else. Now we already know that okay, if and else is this way. But now what if you are having multiple, like you want to have multiple else, that okay, if this is wrong, then do this. Okay, if this is also wrong, then do this. Okay, if this is also wrong, then do this. What if you want to have multiple checks? What if you want to have multiple checks? So how would you do that? So in that case, we tend to use elif. Okay, we tend to use elif. Please give me a second. Okay, so let's move ahead. Now let's talk about how does elif work. Now, as I mentioned, first of all, you would want to have multiple checks that okay, if this fails, then do this. If this also fails, then do this. So first of all, elif stands for else if. Else if. So what happens over here? Please look very carefully, everyone. This is important. Otherwise, you might lose the concept of elif completely. So all these three, first of all, elif also requires a if to be present, like how else also requires a if to be present. They cannot be independent. Now what happens is in sequence, in sequence, the conditions are evaluated. The conditions are evaluated. Wherever a condition is true, the block terminates. Means what happens? For example, if this was true, then else would not run at all, correct? Because we know that okay, if I say if this, then print like this, or else do this. So I know that if this is false, so directly this will run and complete over with, correct? But if this is true, this will only run and this will not at all run. I know that. Same is the case over here. But simply the thing is now we are having multiple else and if. Multiple, you can simply have multiple else now. That okay, if this is true, then run this and terminate. But if this is not true, then do not run this, check this now. If this is true, run this and do not check ahead at all. But if this is also not true, now move ahead and if because now we are having else, so it will print this. So let's look into an example. That will give you a good clarity. So I'm saying that okay, if let's say I'm saying, first of all, let me put in all the statements that are equal. Now, do you agree with me that condition in line number 1 and line number 3 are true? What do you see? Do you agree? But what will happen is because these elif and else are tied with if, because I know that this is true. So none of neither elif will run, neither else will run. So let me execute this. See, it's run this. Okay, if 2 is equal to 2, yes, this is correct. So print first. Because elif is tied to if. Because this is true, so none of this will be running. Neither elif will be running, neither else. But what if it is not true? In that case, elif will be running, like print middle. And if this is also not true, then else will be executed at the last. So basically in a sequence they are edited. Same way, like for here example, you can see that everything is true, correct? Everything is true. You can have multiple elifs. You can have infinite number of elifs present between if and else. So you're saying if 2 equal to 2, print 2. Now I know that okay, all these statements in line number 1, 4, 7, and 10 are completely true. So when I say run this, only 2 is printed. Why? Because all these elif and else are tied with if. So if this is true, nothing will be executed. But let's say this is false. Now I still know that 4, 7, and line number 10 are true, but only line number 4, like this block will be only executed and rest will be terminated. But what if this is also not true? Then this. Is the concept clear to everyone? Now you might be thinking then how is it different from if? See, if is completely independent. Even if this is true, this will still execute. This will still execute. It is not dependent upon the first if block. Whereas elif and else are dependent. Means if I run this, you can see that 2 is printed, 3 is printed, 4 is printed, 5 is printed. Why? Because if are completely independent. They are not dependent upon if the above condition has executed or is true or not. If are independent, elif and else are not independent. So keep that in mind. Questions, anyone? Any questions, anyone? Please write clear if you're clear. And if there are no questions, okay. Now let's move to loops. Okay. So far we have seen if conditions, we have seen multiple things. Now let's move to loops. What does a loop do and how does it work? Okay. So there are two loops in Python, a while loop and a for loop. Let me move back to the blackboard and talk about it in detail. Okay. While loop. Let me write a code with the syntax. So line number 1, 2. Let's keep it till this part only so far. So how is while written? So it will be written like this, while, and like how you had conditions in if, same way you'll have conditions in while as well. But the difference is while is a loop. While is a loop. Like you can put in a condition or conditions. Let me keep that green color only. Condition or conditions. Okay. It will also have colon, means it will also own lines. And then followed by whatever line you want to have. For example, I'm saying print I. Now listen very carefully what happens. How does while work? Now what happens is, first of all, while will evaluate this condition. It says that, okay, this is the condition. And if this condition is true, then it will execute all the lines below it. Okay, all the lines below it. And after executing all the lines, in our case, it's only one line. So evaluate this condition. If this is true, then run this condition and it will go back up again. It will go back up again. Means first, this condition is evaluated. If it is true, it runs this and then goes back up again. Then again evaluates it. If it is true, then again run it, then again goes back up again. Does it make sense how it is working? Run this condition. If true, then run the owned lines and go back up again. Again evaluate, again look into the line, again we'll go back up again. A while loop will keep on running until the condition is false. For example, let me write a code and do let me know what will happen. While 1 equal to 1, print I. So what do you think? What will happen in this case? Let's try to see that. So first, this condition is evaluated. I'll simply write the run. So first run, it is true. This will be executed and will go back up again. Now second run, again this is true. Okay, then again it will be evaluated. Again it will go back up again. And third condition, again it is true. Third run, again true. Again it will go back. Again it will run this, and then it will go back up again. Now my question is, will this condition ever become false? So this is a infinite loop. It will keep on running and running and running and running. Does it make sense? What is happening? So while loop will keep on running until unless the condition becomes false. Now let's move into the code and look into multiple examples how you can work with while loop. So I'm saying, and I've already written a comment over here, uh, that infinite loop do not run. Okay, and in case if you run it by mistake, you'll have to restart your kernel. So I'm saying while 3 less than 5 print, this is an infinite loop. If I remove this break command and run this, it will print this really infinite number of times. It will keep on printing it. Break is to simply break any loop. We'll talk about break later in the code in much more detail. Okay, let's look into another example which will make much more sense for you. For example, I'm saying I is equal to 1. While I less than 5, print I, value stored in this variable, I is equal to 1 plus I, and print loop completed. Now my first question to you is, which lines are owned by line number 3? Which lines are owned by while loop? Can you give me the line numbers? Correct. Line number 5 and line number 7 are owned by the while loop. You are completely correct. Now what happens is, as you know, Python executes in a sequence, correct? So let's see what happens. Once you run this cell, let's say this is the Python's memory. Python's memory. You run this, so in Python's memory, it is like I is equal to 1 is done. Let me do one thing. In fact, just give me a second. Okay, just let's talk about it. Give me a second. I'm not getting the pencil option now. I do not know why. Okay, got it. Now what happens is that, okay, this line executed and this is what is stored. We know now I is equal to 1. Okay, it is stored in the memory like I is equal to 1. Now this loop will be executed. Now is currently I less than 5? What do you think in Python's memory? The answer is yes, correct? Because currently I is 1. So what happens? As of now, ignore this multiple lines. So this first output is printed, like this is printed for the first time, like in first loop. So it says print I, which is 1, and it says is the value stored in I variable. Now because this is true, I know, or like this is true, hence this ran. Now inside this loop only, I am updating I. I'm saying I is equal to I plus 1. Now in Python's memory, what does I become? I become 2, correct? And now because this is where the ownership of while ends, so it will go back up again. Now it will say while I less than 5. So is I, which is now 2 because we updated over here, is less than 5? Yes, it is less than 5. It will go over here and you can see this is what is printed now. 2 is a value stored in this. And after this, I'm again saying I is equal to I plus 1 means I value will be updated in Python's memory. Now it says I is equal to 3 and it will go back up again. Now I less than 5, yes, because I is 3, it is still less than 5. We will print this. So 3 is value stored in I variable, and after that this will go over here. So I is equal to I plus 1. Now 3 will be replaced with what? Now I becomes 4 because I am updating the same variable only. That's why it's overwriting itself. Okay, then it goes back up again. Now is 4 less than 5? Yes, correct. So run this. Hence you can see 4 is less than 5. And now it goes and adds over here. Now, so I is equal to I plus 1. So 4 plus 1, it becomes now 5 in Python's memory. Now it goes back up again. Now is 5 less than 5? Now this is where it becomes false, correct? And as soon as it becomes false, the loop is terminated and next line is executed. So print loop completed. Hence you can see it prints this part. Is it clear to everyone? Any questions on how while loop is working? I hope I tried to explain it in easy terms and you all got it. Yes, because I'm making this increment over here. It could be that you would want to do anything. Any code functions. Yes, you can place any code, like you can put whatever you want to. It totally depends upon the logic. Same way, you can say, okay, while I less than 5 or I equal to 5. We do not have to put any kind of end over here, Lakshmi. It's this as simple. You do not have to specify any end or like that kind of thing over here. Quite easy thing. That's why Python is easy to learn. Same way as I mentioned, you can have n number of conditions over here. In this, 5 is also printed. Why? Because I'm also putting a OR condition like this. Clear to everyone? Now the question comes, could I please, look, could I put if conditions inside this? The answer is yes, you can. So I can say that, okay, if I plus 2 equal to 0, print I is a even number. Else print I is a odd number. So you can do all these things as well. Because it gave error because I forgot to put in a colon. Okay, so I can put this in bracket also like this. Okay, so 1 is odd number, 2 is even number, this way. Clear everyone what is happening? So you can have if again inside this you can also put one more if n number of loopings or nestings can be done. Okay, now let's move ahead. Now there is a second loop in Python which is known as for loop. What does it do? It loops over the container or data container or data structure or a list, dictionary, sets, or tuples. Okay, what does it do? For example, let's say I'm saying a sequence. So for this and this. Now let's talk about this in detail. I request everyone to please be focused. It's a bit different compared to while loop. So for loop works on data containers. Okay. So what happens is, so as you can see, I've defined a sequence. Now this is what is the same item over here. Now what happens is, everyone please pay attention. Now I'm saying for item, like this is how you write. And again, with for also you have columns, as you can see over here, and you have indents. Like it can also on many lines. It can also on many lines. Okay. Now what happens is, when I say for item, now this is simply a variable name. This is a variable name. It can be anything. Okay. It can be anything. Means instead of item, you would want to write, let's say, a like anything. It is basically any particular value. Okay. But the same value has to be over here. So what happens is, please listen carefully, everyone. Now, let me remove this. Now, first of all, how many times will this for loop run? How many times will this for loop run? This loop will run equal to number of items present in this sequence. So how many items are present? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Means this for loop will run 5 times. Now what does it do? How does it run? So it says for item in sequence. So this item will first of all allocate itself with A. Means this first element will be stored inside the variable item. This first element will be stored inside the item. So iteration 1. So this is the same sequence that is over here. Okay, just to remember. For item in sequence. So in first iteration, item is item which is simply a variable name. You can, instead of item, you can say object or anything, like whatever name you want to give. Item becomes A. And then you are saying that, okay, print item. So this is the output of iteration 1. Okay. Now it goes back up again. Now it says that, okay, for item in sequence, now because A has already been passed, now it will say, so this was first iteration. Now this will go on this. Now in iteration 2, item becomes B. Hence, it now, okay, it says B. Now move ahead. So there is no evaluation of any condition. Like in while loop, we are evaluating a condition. In for loop, you do not do anything. You simply iterate over a sequence. Getting it? Hence, this is the output of second iteration. Same way, third iteration, then you are getting C. Same way, fourth iteration, then D. Same way, fifth iteration, then E. Once the iteration over the complete data container is complete, the loop terminates. The loop terminates. Does it make sense? Is everyone clear on the for loop? Means, unlike the while loop, for loop does not require any conditions. It simply runs on a sequence or a data container. How many times does it run? Equal to the length of that sequence, like number of items present in that sequence. What does it do? It simply gets an item from the sequence. Now it's up to you if you want to use that item or not. Okay. and then do a particular processing. For example, I'm saying for item in sequence, print item. So it prints item A, B, C, D like this. Like this item value is A now. Sorry, I need to run this first. Okay. And you can see this the sequence is still. Now the question would be like, are those values removed from the sequence? If for loop goes over it, does it delete the value that it has covered? The answer is no. It is simply iterating over it. It's simply looking over it. Now because the last iteration was of E, so what will be the value stored in item variable? So item is a variable now. So the value that will be stored is E. Is it making sense to everyone? How does for loop work? Any questions? Please write in your questions or else write clear. Yes, sequence is a list variable, as you can see. It's not a list variable, it's a list. Sequence is the variable in which I'm storing a list. It can be a tuple, it can be a set, it can be a dictionary, it can be anything, which over which the length function can be used. Basically, it has to be a data container. Okay. Now the second thing, as I mentioned, instead of item, you can write any variable name. It's totally up to you. So I'm saying so for hello in sequence, print hi. So what I'm trying to show over here that it's not mandatory for you to use item name only. You can use any name, totally up to you. And also it is not mandatory for you to do something with this variable. Not mandatory at all. So I'm simply saying print high. So what happens? 5 times high will be printed. Can you tell me why 5 times high is printed? Correct. Now you have a question, can a for loop go into infinite loop in correct? Yes, it can go. It can go over infinite loop. Okay. Now, how does it happen? When you're simply uh, you have a container which has infinite number of values, you can do that, of course. Second, you're updating that container again and again and again and again and again. So it will keep on going and going. So technically, for loop can also go into infinite loop, but with common logics, it won't happen. You have to specifically write codes to make it infinite. Then only it will become infinite. Otherwise, it directly does not. Okay. Okay. So for hello in sequence, print highs. And again, what will be the value stored in hello at the end of for loop? E. Why E? Because this was the last iteration. Same way I'm just showing you, you can use any word. For example, I'm saying jelly. For jelly in sequence, and it's up to you, whatever you want to do. I'm saying jelly plus jelly. It's simply doing A plus A, B, B, C, C, like it's concatenating the strings. Okay. Same we can do the square, like this is how you use range as well in a logic. So for I in range 0 to 10, print square of I is like I times I. So square of 0 is 0, square of 1 is 1, 2, 4, 3, 9, 4, 16, 5, 25, 6, 36, 7, 49. It keeps on going. This is how we tend to use range as well to decide how many iterations will happen or to simply kind of populate data or something like that. And this is simply a pseudo code just to tell that anything can come inside anything. Like you start with a while loop, place a if condition inside that. Inside that if condition, place a for loop again. Inside that for loop again, place in a while loop. Then again a for, then a final if, else. Inside that else also you can place a for loop. The intent of me showing you this is that anything can be nested inside anything. Okay, there is no rule behind like inside if you cannot put in while. No such kind of rule. Questions, anyone? Please put in your questions. Any questions that I've skipped by mistake? Please post those in the chat again. Or any new questions, if you have, please post that in the chat again. How to break in between a loop. See, first of all, the default functioning Siddharth is for loop will only terminate if it exhausts, like if it is done iterating over the sequence. While loop will only break if the condition becomes false. If we want to manually break them, we can use the keyword break. Okay, we'll talk about this. We'll talk about the break keyword. Okay, but we will have to write specifically custom wise. Shift, it cannot go over two sequence at same time. It only goes over one sequence. Now that sequence can be a combination of two sequence, but at a time for loop can only go over one sequence, like one structure or one container. Now that container has let's say tuples or something like that. That's a different story. But at any given point, it can only go over one container shift. It cannot go over multiple things together. Clear? Okay. Any more questions, anyone? Now let's look into error handling in Python. How do you do error handling in Python? Please give me a second, everyone. Let's look into error handling in Python. See, what happens is, as soon as Python sees an error in the code, it stops then and there only. It does not execute the lines further. Python sees an error, it pauses over there, it terminates over there. For example, there is a division by zero error in Python. Python does not allow directly division by zero. I have written a code like print 5 divided by 0 and print high. Do you agree with me that line number 2 is correct code? There is no error in line number 2. In line number 2, there is no error, correct? So I hope that it should run, but once you run it, it will not. Why? Because there is an error in line number 1. Python does not care if the subsequent lines are correct or not. It sees the error, it stops. Okay. Even if high was correct, it will not be printed. Now, what I want to do is my intention would be that, okay, if it sees the error, then it can kind of skip it. That, okay, if you see error, keep on moving, ignore that line. I would want to do that if it is not the line that would depend or kind of decide what will happen next. So how do we handle this? This is what we call as exception handling in Python. How do we handle this? By using try and except. By using try and except. What does try and except do? It helps you to make a way around it. For example, I'm saying try this. Like first of all, try this code. If there is an error in this code, then do this. That is what is happening. So I'm saying try print 5 divided by 0. If there's an error in this code, print do the except block. So try except, and then it will keep on running. Now see, 5 divided by 0 gave me an error above. Correct? It gave me an error above. But did it give me an error over here? No, because I placed it inside the try block. Because it gave an error, so it directly the Python moved to the except block, executing this code, and then finally it came out of the block and then printed high as well. Clear? How does try and except work, everyone? Let's look into one more example. For example, I'm writing a for loop. So I'm saying for I in, and there is a list, and I'm printing some addition with it. Like I'm using the I, adding 8 to it and printing the output. Now I know that I can only add numbers to numbers. Correct? I cannot add numbers to any alphabets or words. Correct? So I'm saying for I in this particular list, print I plus 8. Once I do this, So 3 plus 8 gives me 11, 4 plus 8 gives me 12, 5 plus 8 gives me 13. But as soon as it sees E, it gives me error. Like it cannot concatenate integer to string. It's not possible. Even when the addition was possible with 5 and 7, but because it saw error, it terminated. How can I avoid this? I can avoid this by using try and except. So I'm saying for I in this particular list, try doing the sum. And if this gives you error, I can say print that I and type, what is the type of it? And it says that, okay, field block. Okay, field block. Let me write or whatever message you would want to write or whatever thing you want to print. But when I run this, so it says, see, there is no error now. There is no error. So it says 3, sum is 11, 4, sum is 12, 5, sum is 13. Now A comes because A cannot be added. So first A is printed, followed by its type, as you can see, string, and then the in this try has failed, hence except ran. Same way, like this is also a list I've added at the last over here. So here also that in this it is list, in this try field, hence except ran. Does it make sense? Now it could be also that you would want to store the logs. There could be a very valid question by anyone of you that can I even store what error I got? Like I of course do not want my code to stop, but I also want to log or like record or print what error did I get. Correct? That could be a very valid question. So how can you do that? You can do that by simply placing this like except exception as E. Now what happens? Any error that is populated is stored inside the variable E. And once you print E, you'll get that error like division by 0. For example, I run this. So I know that in line number 2, there is an error for sure. Correct? So it will go to the except block. I'm saying except exception as E. So it will record the error and store it in variable E. Then it is simply printing division by 0 not possible. And I've also asked it to print E, hence it printed what error did I get? Division by 0. And then I printed high as well, like high. Clear everyone? Any questions? Any questions, any doubts, anyone? Else please write clear. Because these things are getting good now. So initially started very basic Python. Now we are all the way till writing blocks and conditions and loops. So things are getting interesting in fact. So this is to enable the stack trace. Yes, correct. Correct, Toby. In that case, you'll simply use and Mayur. You'll modify the behavior like end is equal to. If you have attended first class, now see they are concatenated. Do you see this? We have discussed this in the first class if you recall it. Like I simply modified the output of print functionality. That is how you can do it. Okay. So any questions? Okay, perfect. Let's move ahead now. Now there are certain keywords that are used in Python. Okay. For example, pass, break, continue. We'll be discussing those things in detail now. Like when to use pass, when to use break, when to use continue. We'll be looking into those details. For example, I know that 5 division by 0 gives me an error. So hence I'll put it in a try except block. So I'm saying try 5 divided by 0. But I do not want to do anything. But I do not want to do anything if there is an error. I would want to kind of, if I want to do like say print division by 0 error or something like this, I would place in a statement, correct? But what if I do not want to do anything? Can I keep it completely blank? Like what I do? Can I keep it completely blank like this? The answer is no. It doesn't allow me. Python says that there has to be something that you need to put over here. You cannot keep it blank. Hence, Python has provided you a keyword known as pass. It is simply a block, or you can say a keyword that allows you to do nothing. Like it simply pass. There is no requirement of you to put anything over here. It will simply keep on continuing. Okay, so 5 divided by 0, nothing, it gives error. So hence it moves into accept and it passes. Like nothing is shown as output. You're talking about this? Yes, this is arithmetic operator. 5 divided by 0, Bharat. Okay. Any questions, anyone? Okay, let's move ahead. So we talked about how pass can be used. Try catch is in Java, but here it's simply try except. We don't have catch keyword over here, Bharat, if that is the question. But yes, the purpose is exactly the same. Okay, now the break keyword. You have already seen the usage of break when you were talking about the while loop. So when it is used for breaking a loop. Doesn't matter if it's an infinite loop or whatever it is. For example, I said while 3 is less than 5, I know that this will never become false. So this becomes an infinite loop. Wherever, so what does break do? Where, first of all, break can be only used inside a loop. You cannot use break anywhere else because the intent or the use of break is to break loops. So hence, you are only allowed to use break in a loop. If you place it anywhere else, it will give you error. First thing. Second thing, you can place in break anywhere with any logic that you would want to do. For example, just try to kind of think that okay, you are having multiple people or multiple faces of the people coming in from a security camera, and you're saying that okay, if this face is fine, allow it to pass. But if a face matches kind of suspect or a terrorist, in that case, it will raise an alert, and let's say it's a suspect, and in that case, it will raise an alert and it will stop the whole checking procedure just to keep that person aside and check completely. For example, I'm saying that okay, for I in this, and there are multiple, you can say multiple faces or multiple camera faces that are coming in live from the security camera, and they are currently in the queue, let's say. So what happens? I've written this simple logic. So it says that okay, uh, first comes 10. So is this statement true? The answer is no. Hence it says allow 10. Okay, now 2 comes. So is this statement true? No, it's not. So allow 2. Hence you can see allow 2. Now comes suspect face. So if it's equal to the suspect face, yes, it is true. It says print alert and break. Now nothing will happen. The whole security and everything is ceased. Does it make sense, everyone? So this is how you can also use break. Like wherever there is a break, the whole loop will terminate. That's it. Questions, anyone? Now let's move to continue. What does continue do? Continue is also used inside a loop. Okay. Break and continue are specific to loops. You cannot use them outside. Now what does continue do? Wherever wherever Python sees a continue in the loop, it will force the loop to move back to the initial line. Means, and it will not run any line below. Okay. So let me show you what I'm trying to do. For example, I'm saying person in, let's say a normal person, VIP person, normal one, VIP, normal two. So I'm passing a for loop over it. So if person is equal to VIP, it says continue. So how does it run? So first, let me get the pen. So first, normal will come. Is this condition true? No. So what will happen? It will simply print person, normal, security check will happen, let's say. Then comes in VIP. So is this condition true? Yes, it is true. Now continuous place inside this, so it will not run anything below. Nothing below this will be executed. Nothing will be executed. Simply it will move ahead. So you can see that for VIP, no security check. Hence now normal 2. Okay, is it true? No. Hence it will go and simply print this. Normal 1, security check will happen. Normal 2, security check will happen. So wherever a loop sees continue, it will simply go back to the loop at top and no further code will be executed in the loop. Does it make sense? Any questions, anyone? Now let me do one thing. Let's stop the share because we have covered a lot of things. Let me share this code in chat window with everyone. Please tell the part we have covered. Go through the whole code from starting, do a visual revision, try to play around with things, try to make some code by yourself. Take 5-6 minutes for this. Do let me know once you're done, and then we'll move ahead and start talking about Python functions. So let me share this code with all of you. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, any doubts, please post those in the chat. I'll take those up. So let me share the code. So I've uploaded the code in the chat window. So please do a visual revision. You can also try to play around, look into what we have covered so far. Are all the concepts in line? Are all the things clear? And then please write done once you are done, and we'll move ahead. Please give a thumbs up to the file if you are able to download the file. And please give a thumbs up to the file, not independently, because I want it to remain as the latest file in the or latest message in the chat. So please go through it. Do let me know once you're done. Take 5-6 minutes, then we'll move ahead. Thank you. Rahul, this error is from the class part. We have not covered till that part. We'll talk about it. This is the part that we have not yet covered. Cover only till Python functions, Rahul. We'll talk about this in detail. With what, Lakshmi? Simply download it, open Jupyter Notebook in your system or any editor, browse to that folder where you have downloaded the file, simply double click on it and it will open up. So you need to download the file, open the editor, and simply browse to the folder inside the editor where the file is present. And from inside the editor only simply double click on that file and it will open up. Correct, Yugender. You can use LMS portal as well. No, you cannot open it in Word or Notepad. It will not be understandable. Like in Notepad, you can open it up, but you cannot understand it, neither you can execute it. Okay, so I hope everyone has gone through the code. So let's continue with where we left off. Is my screen visible to everyone? You need to restart your kernel, Jaya, or simply press Ctrl C inside your Jupyter Notebook terminal. It will like, or you can simply close the Jupyter Notebook kernel, or in plain terms, like simply restart your kernel from the menu, like kernel, and simply restart kernel. Okay, now let's talk about Python functions. Now, Python functions are very, very key important parts of Python programming. Mostly any code that you will see ahead, any code that you'll write ahead, you'll for sure use Python functions if you're making a project code or something like that. Now, what is the intent of Python functions? So Python functions are code blocks that are written by the user, of course. They are used to prevent repetition of codes. For example, if you want to do certain addition between multiple numbers or multiple things, so instead of writing the code again and again and again and again, you simply tend to use a function. You will have to define a function. Now, how do we write or make a function? Let's see that. Okay. Don't we'll see a lot of examples, so all the queries on your functions will be for sure clear. Okay. Let's look into first of all how the function is called and used. First of all, for you to define a function, we have to use Python keyword def. So def tells you that okay, you are going to make a or define a function. It stands for define. Okay, you're defining a function. This is simply your function name. Function name. It can be anything, but again you have to follow the variable naming rules. Okay, followed by open close small parenthesis colon, and of course it will be also having indent print type. So there are two parts. First one is simply defining a function. You've defined a function, like what is the role of this function? What will this function do? Okay, you have defined this function. Now here is when you're calling the function. A function does not execute until and unless it has been called. Okay, until unless it has been called. So here I simply defined the functionality, like what will this function do? Okay, what will this function do? But it will only run, it will only execute once you call it. How do you call the function? Specify the name of the function, which when you specified when you're defining the function, okay, and put in open close small parenthesis. Okay, now what I've done in this function is I've said, okay, define, I'm making a function. The name of my function is my function. It can be anything, you can name it anything. Okay, open close small parenthesis, and inside this it simply says print hi. There has to be no condition or concepts over here. So print hi. So now let's say I've defined this function. Now once I go over here and I say my function open close I'm calling, you see it prints hi. You see it prints hi. So this function, the my function, what it is doing? It is simply printing hi, a simple function to print hi. Now do remember you can have thousands of lines of code inside a function. Of course, you'll never make a function to simply print hi. You would make a function, let's say you're having multiple data sets. Have you ever come across a thing that you have to do repeatedly? For example, in Excel, whenever you open a new file, you'll always make the top row like widened up. Okay, correct? You will make it bold. You will make a border around the top row. Correct? Like there is certain set of things whenever you have an Excel file you tend to do. Do you agree or not? And it is repetitive. Correct? What do you think, everyone? like simply changing the font, making the text value in center, doing it bold or italic, and then adding a border. So certain steps would be always repeated. And every time you open up a file, you do the same thing again and again and again. Now, of course, Excel also has a solution to it. You can simply make a macro if you have heard about it. The same concept also goes in Python. That instead of you doing the same thing again and again and again, you simply call the function and the set of rules that you have written in this function will happen. Same happens in Excel macro as well. You record all the things that you are doing. You save a macro and simply associate it with the shortcut. Once you do press that shortcut, all those things will be done in the file. Same is the concept exactly over here in Python. You specify all the rules that should be happening, and once you run that function, all those rules will happen in line. So functions, first of all, are used for what? Used for preventing us to write the codes again and again and again. Okay, that is the main use case. Second use case, they are more easier to debug as well. Like you can separate tasks. For example, for reading data, I might have a separate function. For cleaning data, I might have a separate function. For let's say removing certain rows, I might have separate function. Okay. Then for some aggregation, doing addition of certain columns and those things, I might have a separate function. Now, how does this help me? For example, if I want to do some additional cleaning steps, so I do not have to kind of go into the code and I do not know where what is happening. I'll simply go to the cleaning code, make those changes. Rest everything is still the same. Okay, so it allows me to make blocks in my brain that okay, this block is for reading, this is for cleaning, this is for aggregation. It's very well separated. The code is much more modular, much more easy to look at and debug when even you're working in teams. Okay, and that is what the function does. Let's say I'm making one more function, def add function. Okay, def add function. Now we'll look into how you can specify arguments over here. So what I did, I said def add function. While defining, please listen very, very carefully. This is important, everyone. So far what I did, let me just move ahead up a bit. What I did, here I simply made a function name. I said nothing, a simple open close parenthesis. When I call this, I is printed. But when I'm making this new function over here, let's say I'm saying def add function, any name you can give over here. Now I'm telling this function that, okay, there are two parameters that will come. Like the user has to pass two parameters. Now these names are also given by me, by the user. Like you can give any names to them. Any names can be given to them. You can call it P1, P2, A1, A2, A3, 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 A4, sorry. And you can give any name to them. What you are saying is, and just keep along with me, I'll tell you what it means. While defining function, you are saying that the user has to pass in two arguments, two values to this function when the person is calling the function. Now, what does it do? This function will print, add, and it will do the addition between these two parameters that the user will pass. Okay. Now, see over here. When I call this function add function, but I have not passed any data over here. I run this, so it gives me this error. You see error? It says that add function is missing two required arguments. It is missing two required positional arguments. It's missing A and it is missing B. It is saying that while defining the function, you told that the user will have to pass two values, but the user did not pass anything. Hence, a error. Now, what does this mean? Let's see that. So, you are now required to pass two values. For example, I'm saying add function 10 and 8. Now, by default, this 10 will be located to this first parameter and this 8 will be located to the second parameter. We call these as parameters or argument. We call these as parameters or arguments. As you can see over here, I've written over here as well, function with parameters. Now by default, 10 becomes A and 8 becomes B. And then because I'm writing add function 10 comma 8, and then it will execute the line present inside it. So it says print add A plus B. So 10 plus 8, it says add 18. Are you getting what is happening? Now, by default, the first argument will be mapping to the first argument specified in the function. Second user input will be mapping to the second argument specified in the function. But this is never recommended. It is always recommended you say like A is equal to 10, B is equal to 8. In that case, irrespective of what is order. Like first you say b is equal to 2 and a is equal to 5, the code will still work properly. And why this is recommended? This is recommended because many people would use, and you would make a function which might take hundreds of, or you can say tens or twenties or 30 a number of inputs. So how does everyone remember what this value is catering to? How will everyone remember the sequence of 30 parameters? No one will be able to remember, correct? Like what is the first sequence, second sequence, third, like third parameter, fourth parameter, fifth parameter, and then we'll be able to map that, okay, this 10 is going to that parameter, this is going to this parameter, this is going to this. So that is never recommended. It is always recommended that you use a is equal to 10, b is equal to 8 like this. Does it make sense to everyone? What is happening over here? Now, if I pass any number, 10, let's say 5,568, it will simply do the addition and give you the output. Now, I know that addition sign can also work with list or anything else, so those things will also work. Now, I'm saying, for example, add function b is equal to 2, a is equal to 5. So it says add 7. Now, I also know that a, b, like it can also work very well with list. If I say b is equal to this list ab, a is equal to cd. And once I run this, you can see it gives me CDAB. Does it make sense? Why CD is shown as first? Because addition happens for A first. That's why. Like A plus B, it's not B plus A. Now the question would be, if what if I pass a string value and an integer value? Like this operation is not possible with string and numbers. Once you do this, it will give you error. It is an unoperated, like this is not possible between integer and string. So means when you're defining a function, Python does not evaluate whether it is possible or not. It only looks for syntax errors. If there is no syntax error, it will run it. It totally depends upon the user with what values the user is calling the function. Okay. If the user is passing the values which is not suitable or does not allow the execution properly, it will give the error. Clear to everyone? Any questions, anyone? So far, any questions? Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's pause over here. Let me launch the poll first, and then we'll go for a break. And post the break, we'll continue with where we left off. So I've launched the poll. In case if you have any questions, meanwhile, please post those in the chat. Yes, you can send any data type in a function array. Just you need to ensure that your code will be able to work with that easily. Lakshmi, what editor are you using? Like, what are you using to access the code? Are you using VS Code or Simpleton Labs or Google Colab or PyCharm? Like, what are you using currently? Then only I will be able to help, like, instruct you how to use that particular editor with Jupyter Notebook. Lakshmi? Hey, were you present in the first class, Lakshmi? So we talked about no like various editors of PyCharm, Google Colab, Symbian Labs, Jupyter Notebook. So you'll have to use any one of them. Then only you will be able to access the code. We talked about how you can launch Google Colab. I showed you the screenshots as well. So you cannot access the code with Word because it's not a Microsoft Office file. You can go back to the first class recorded session, and we talked in detail there are various editors that you can use. You log into the LMS portal and go to the practice labs. You can use that also, in fact. So simply go to the LMS portal of Simplilearn, log in, go to the practice labs, launch the labs, and then simply upload the code. It will work over there very well. I even showed how you can do that as well in that first class. So okay, thank you. So let me share the screen with the timer. Let's go for a break. After the break, we'll continue and discuss the things that are left. So let me share the screen. So let's go for a break, everyone. Thank you. So I hope everyone is back. Okay, so let me share the screen. Let's go through the remaining code and cover the whole thing. Okay, so this is what we talked about. Like this is how you define a function, and post that. This is how you call a function. Okay, and you can have multiple functions in your code, and every function can have any number of lines in it. Okay, so same way like this, what we did over here. Now you can also pass in any data type. Just you need to ensure that the code that you have written in the function works very well with that data type or the values that you're passing as input. Now, for example, I said that b is equal to AC and a is equal to 2 over here. And I ran this, or let's say I ran this one. Now it could be that I might hope that okay, when I write B, it should be shown as A and B. But that is not the case. When you write B, it will say name B is not defined. Why? Because, please listen very carefully, because this A and B, these variables are only limited to these function. Means these A and B variables are only available inside this function and it will not be available outside globally. Okay, it will not be available outside globally. It will be only available within the function. That is the case. Hence, when you run this B, you do not get anything as the output. Okay. Same way, when you specify, for example, now there could be a question, what if I say B is equal to hello outside, and then I specify a B over here, will it overlap? The answer is no. Python, whenever you're defining a function, Python does not look whether there is an existing variable or not. It simply is defining these variables with respect to this function. These names can be present, but Python does not use them at all. You can see that these variables are simply confined within a box, and that box is simply the function. Okay, it does not interact, use anything from outside. Okay, that is how you can kind of think of. So same way I said b is equal to hello. I made this function add function ab, and then I'm saying print add a plus b. And when I'm saying a is equal to 10, b is equal to 8, and doing this addition, so it gives me 18. It does not give me any kind of error. Okay, because it does not use this hello. It's totally limited to this particular function only. And when I print b, you can see that I get this hello only. I do not get 8 as output because that was with respect to the function only. Okay, now moving ahead, let's say you would want to make a function that you pass any two values and it gives you all the possible arithmetic operations in a go. And this is what makes functions easier and gives you idea about why there would be use of functions. For example, I'm making a function output of 6 operations. And I'm saying that okay, I'll only pass two numbers or any two values. Now these could be numbers, it could be anything with which all these code lines should work without any error. I have to when I'm writing this code, that is what I need to keep in mind. So I'm saying okay, output underscore 6 underscore ops. I'm defining my function. So in this first line, I'm adding, and then in second line, I'm subtracting and doing a multiplication and doing a division, and then doing a modulo, and then finally a floor division. So this is how I define my function. I say output 6 ops, a is equal to 10, b is equal to 8. Once I run this, you can see all these functions are executed. And if same way you can pass in any other values, and for every particular thing, the function will be executed. Like 45, 6, all the functions, everything will be executed. You can see this. See everywhere, every time I'm passing different values, okay, and still the Python is able to, or the function is able to run and give me output with respect to these functions. Otherwise, just think about it. See, how many lines of code I have? I have 6 lines of code. If I want to do the operation between these, 6 lines of code for this, 6 lines of code for these numbers, 6 line of code for these number, 6 line of code for these number, 6 line of code for these number. Okay, so essentially I have 5, so 6, 5 into 6 cross 5, so 30 lines of code I would have to write. Now, whereas I only am writing a single line of code because I already defined these 6 lines, what operations needs to be done. I simply write a single line of code instead of 6 lines and I get the output. Does it make sense? Are the functions concept clear to everyone? Okay. Now same way, how you are calling the function outside, you can call a function inside a function as well. Yes, you can do that a bit. You can do any round off, any if you want to use a for loop inside the function, everything can be done. There is no limitation that you cannot use a while loop, everything can be done. Okay, moving ahead. So you can also call a function within a function. For example, I'm making a function subtraction underscore addition, and I'm saying that it will be having two arguments, like the user has to pass in two data points, element one, LE1 and LE2. I'm giving the name to it. Now I'm first of all saying print sub LE1 minus LE2. Then I'm passing these data points only to this add function. What is my add function? If you recall it, this is my add function, which was simply doing addition between two numbers. Okay. Then I'm also calling my output 6 operation function. Okay, which is like all these 6 calculations. And I'm also calling my function, which was simply printing hi, if you remember the first function basically. Hi. So you can call n number of functions inside a function. And once I run, let's run this, and now I do this. So first it is doing subtraction, then addition, as you can see over here, then doing all the 6 operations, and then printing hi. So these things can be done. Okay. Now it could be the case that you would want to specify certain default values. Now if your question would be like this is how the range functions, zip function, enumerate function at the back end are written, could be, maybe, and in fact in certain cases yes. Why I'm saying could be maybe because not all the functions are written in this way, but yes, couple of functions are written in this way. Okay, where you simply call it and you are able to, for example, we have seen so far like round is one of the function, max, minimum, and same way we are having enumerate, zip, multiple functions are there. But again, how at backend they're defined, some of them are defined simply using a function, some of them have different outputs. Yes, of course you can procure. Okay. So now what I was referring is you can even specify default arguments. Like when I'm defining this function, I'm saying a and b is equal to 10. So until unless I specify any different value of b will be always treated as 10. For example, I'm saying print a plus b. When I'm calling this function over here, I'm saying add a is equal to 5. And once I run this, see b, it gives me output, even if I'm not passing a b value. Why? Because I've already defined a default value for b. I've already defined a default value for b. So it did not give me an error. Okay. Same way, same way, even if I pass a value of b, for example, I'm saying add a is equal to 10, b is equal to 35. So what happens is it will override the default value of b. Do you remember in range? Like what is the default value of start? In range, if you recall it, it is 0, correct? And if you pass in any other value, it simply overrides that 0 value. And in fact, you can even specify both the values as default, like over here, and it will still work. Like if you not pass any argument, it will still give you 20. And if you pass any other number, it will give you that particular value as output. Any question? Any questions, anyone? Okay, now let's talk about the return keyword. Now this is very specific to functions only. Okay, this is specific to functions only. It cannot be used outside a function. So far we have talked about break, pass, continue, correct? Now we'll be talking about return. What does return do? Return is used inside a function. Now, first of all, there are two uses of return. First use, return keyword inside a Python function returns the value as an output of the function, which can be stored inside a variable or inside a data container, and you can do any processing on top of it. Okay, that is the first use case. What does return do? It returns you the value which of a function, output of a function, which can be stored and kind of used for any particular thing. Second thing, wherever in a Python function return keyword is present, the function breaks over there. No further lines are processed or executed at all. Okay, let's talk about those things. Now, these two things in detail, what I was meaning to say. For example, I'm saying def function a comma b, print in function and print a plus b like this. Now I'm saying function a is equal to 2, b is equal to 4. So you can see it prints in function and then prints 6. Correct? Now I'm hoping, now what my assumption is, I'm hoping that if I say x is equal to function, a is equal to 2, b is equal to 4. So I'm hoping that when I call x, it will say that x, well, like when I simply execute x, I should get output in function and 6, hoping that the output would be saved inside this variable. That is what I'm hoping. So that's why I'm saying x is equal to function, a is equal to 2, b is equal to 4, hoping that it will give me something. I run this, so it prints in function and 6. But when I run x, nothing comes as output. Let me show you. Nothing comes as output. Just to show, say I'm running this again and again and again. So you can see the numbers changing. Correct? Nothing is coming as output. What I was hoping is not happening. And when I say type x, so it says none type. Means, see, because we were using print, so it was printing the output. It was not returning the output. Means this function was printing output, not returning it, which allows me to store it or kind of work with it. So let's see how we can do that. How I can return the output that I can store in some case and work with it. So I'm saying df function a comma b, print in function, and now I'm using the return keyword a plus b. And also I've written print, this is after return keyword, hence will not be executed. Now let's run this function. So when I run this function, what happens? Now look very carefully. When I run this function, so what happens? First, this is printed. Now this keyword is, so now this is the second line that looks into the function. It says, okay, return a plus b. So it will add 2 and 4. So output is of course 6. Okay. And it stores this within this variable because now I'm saying x is equal to this. And when I run x individually, you can see this is 6. Even if I do print x, it shows me 6. Getting it? And this line is not at all printed. No output is there. No output is there. Why? Because as soon as return keyword is seen inside a function, no further line is executed. The function terminates. Okay. And this was not happening above. I was hoping that, okay, 6 and in function would be stored inside x, but see, nothing was happening because I was printing. For me to store these, I need to use return. Okay, hence I get these value inside x and I can do y is equal to x plus x and see now if I print y, it is 12. Clear everyone? Is the concept of return clear to everyone? Any questions, anyone? Okay, perfect. Let's move ahead. Now this is important. Okay, so I want everyone to please pay attention. Now see, there could be a case that you would want to make a function, but you would want that of what if my function take 5 argument, 10 arguments? What if it takes, let's say, 50 arguments? How do I kind of write every argument A, B, C, D? Like it becomes very difficult. So I want to make a function which can take in n number of arguments. Is it possible? The answer is yes, it is possible. we are not storing the function in variable. Do remember that. We are storing the output of the function. So here I'm calling this function. Now, as soon as I call this function, it executes. And when it executes, it returns a value. And that value is stored in X. So it is not storing the function, it is storing the output that I am returning. Like I'm returning something. I'm returning A plus B. So A plus B will be stored over here, not the function. Okay. Okay, now the question was that what if I want to pass multiple values? Can I do that? The answer is yes. How? First of all, for you to pass multiple values, what you need to do is you need to specify this particular thing and just follow me for this. You need to specify a star before the arguments. You simply write one name. It can be any name. It can be any name. Okay, it can be any name. You simply put a star on top of it. That's it. Okay. Now what this star tells, it tells Python that the user can pass n number of arguments now. Okay, for example, if you see over here, and I'm calling this function like many arguments function, I'm passing n number of arguments. Okay, n number of arguments. Now there could be a question that okay, how are these stored? Like is it A, B, C? The answer is no, because we have not said anything like A, B, C. All these values are stored inside this name only, multiple arguments. Now your question would be that okay, if these values are stored inside this argument, then what should happen? How will it have these multiple arguments? Like if you print multiple arguments, see the output. All these values are stored inside a form of a tuple. These are stored inside a form of a tuple. Do you see this? So they are stored in a form of a tuple. That is what happens. And even I have printed the type just to show you. So this shows you that this is a tuple. Means you can put in a star, give in a name, whatever name you want to give. It allows you to pass multiple arguments, and all these arguments will be stored inside this name. But as you know, you cannot say is equal to 3, 4, 6, 7. Python will give you error. So what does Python do? It says in this format. It makes it a tuple and then stores it. Now for you to do any function on top of it, we'll have to use the indexing or any kind of logic with respect to tuples only. So like I'm saying sum, I'm using the sum function, then I'm calculating average, like sum of this divided by the length of this gives me the average. So that is how it works. Okay. So yes, just give me a second. Let me address the chat. How to use debugger so that we know what line is executing. In case when you are referring to debugger, Abhay, so I assume that you are very good with programming with other languages. Jupyter Notebook native debugger is not that good. You'll have to install extension for Jupyter Notebook if you want to use debugger. However, if you want to still use debugger, you can use PyCharm, Spider, or other editors which support VS Code for doing the debugging. Jupyter Notebook natively does not support debugging. Uh, you'll have to install packages and extensions to do that. Or Jupyter, you can use Jupyter Lab, in fact. That also works very well. That is the answer. Okay. So Jupyter Lab also looks exactly the same, but it has some additional functionalities like installing extensions very easily, doing debugging and those kind of stuff. Has terminal part. So Jupyter Notebook is very basic and native, whereas Jupyter Lab is a advanced part, and of course PyCharm, Spider, these are completely different stuff. But yes. So any questions, anyone till this part, like how we can use multiple arguments inside a function? Okay, now let's move ahead. Now your question would be that, okay, this was that how I pass multiple numbers received. But what if I also want to pass in a name along with this? Like I want to say 100 is equal to, let's say, marks in mathematics, 20 is equal to marks in, let's say, chemistry, something like this. I want to give a name also to every value so that I can use the name. for accessing this data point in my function. Can it be done? The answer is yes. We call them as keyword arguments. So in that, what you need to do is you need to put double star. As soon as you put double star, Python knows that you will be passing names along. For example, see over here. When I'm calling this function, over here I'm saying name is equal to Sam, age is equal to 34, city Delhi, country India, study bachelor's. Whereas I did not write these variable names at all over here. I'm simply calling the function and passing these values like this, exactly like this. Okay. Now what is happening is that are these getting stored individually as a variables? The answer is no. So what happens? They are getting stored inside this one single name, keyword arguments. But how? In a form of dictionary. See over here. When I say print keywords, it's storing this in form of a dictionary. Like this, name, Sam, age, 34. So key value pair. City as a key, Delhi as a value. Country as a key, India as a value. Study as a key, bachelor's as a value. Getting it? And just to show that when I do print type, you can see it's a dictionary. It's a dictionary. So you're allowed to pass in the names in the function in a single go, multiple arguments along with their names. The only thing you need to take care is put double stars and it will be stored inside this name. This can be any name that you would want to give in a form of dictionary. In a form of dictionary. Correct, to be correct. When you're passing names, so there is no other data structure that supports this kind of format. Hence, it is by default goes into a dictionary. And now you can say, okay, name is equal to this, city is equal to this, country is equal to this. So print name is from city, which is in this. Okay. And once I do this, for example, so it says Sam is from Delhi, which is in India. Does it make sense, everyone? Any questions? Please put in your questions. Now do one thing, everyone. Please till this part, till lambda function. Okay, no issues. Let me repeat. You're talking about this keyword arguments, correct? Okay. Yes, you can do that, J as well. See, what was the case is that here we were simply passing numbers. But what if I want to give a name to number? Like, for example, maths marks is equal to 100, chemistry is equal to 20, and let's say bio is equal to 4 point. It's something like this. I want to give names as well because it is very different to figure out what value is corresponding to what. So can I pass, like here I am passing the names and these values? Can I do that? Like how here I am passing these values over here? The answer is yes. How? For that, I'll have to use first of all double stars. Single star, when I can only pass numbers. Double star, I can even pass the name of the argument, like what it should be used, and the value for that argument. Now this can be a integer, a dictionary, a set. Like you can have anything over here. It's not mandatory that it should be a single data point. It can be anything. Okay. Now what happens is this whole data, all keyword arguments, goes and stores inside this particular variable that is keyword args. Now you can name this anything. It's totally up to you, whatever you want to name it. Okay. Now when it stores inside this variable, of course you can, as I mentioned, you cannot say is equal to name is equal to 3 is equal to, like it cannot. How do you store it? So Python stores all these arguments in form of a dictionary. So all these arguments are stored in form of a dictionary. Okay. So inside a dictionary. Okay. And this is how it looks inside the function. How? Because I printed these, like printed this keyword arguments only inside the function. And once I execute, you can see that these names that I was giving becomes the keys in the dictionary. Correct? Becomes the keys in the dictionary. And the values that I was assigning are becoming the values to these corresponding keys in the dictionary. First of all, till this point, is it clear? simply instead of this pass NONE. That is a Python keyword. We talked about it, Shiv, yesterday. So NON is a Python keyword for null or blank value. Okay. Now we are, and just to ensure that it is a dictionary, I printed the type as well, and you can see over here it says this is a dictionary. Now because it is a dictionary, so only how we work with dictionary can happen. For example, if I want to store something inside the name, I'm making a keyword over here now name. How do I get data out of it? So I'm using the same keyword, same name over here, and indexing name. Like this is how, if you remember, get the value out of a key, correct? Do you recall it? Same way city, same way country. And then I'm simply joining them together in the print statement and getting this output like print name, which is this particular variable, extracted from this keyword arguments using this indexing, is from India, which is COU like this. No Toby. That will cause errors as well as issues, in fact. If you even try to think about it, like it will give you both kind of issues. How does Python know what has to be what? It will work. I'm not saying it will not work, but it will lead a lot of issues for you to reference and address the data. Okay. If any null value come. Okay, let's say I'm passing a null value over here and no any. So this is how it is passed. So it simply says Sam is from Delhi, which is in none basically. Like it prints the none value over here. This is what a null value is, if that is your question. Sure. You want me to unmute you?
Rahul, my question is like if I wanted to pass null value, then it's a none keyword in the Python.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
And what about the like nullable arguments? Like in the definition, can we define it's a parameter can be nullable?
Yes, you can simply say, for example, you can simply say b is equal to none like this. So it will be a none argument by default. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Toby. You want me to unmute you?
Yes, what I was trying to know is for the when you are defining the functions in the parameters, like can you have both the args and the quarks state inside the
See,
parameters at the same
you can
time?
have it. For example, if I
Okay.
see args like this, args. If I run this,
Okay.
will it give an error? No. When I run this, will it give an error? No. Let's try to print
Okay.
args now, just to show you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do that first. See, nothing is passed over here because it
I
will
see.
not work in that manner.
Mm,
What if I pass like 3, 4, 5, 6, like
mm.
this?
Okay.
Now this will be passed, but again, how you're referencing, how you're storing, why would you not
Mm.
pass keywords directly? Because
Yeah, yeah, I
what
do.
happens is we tend to use one. We want to give names rather than simply values. But yes,
Okay. Okay. That was what I was curious about. Thank you.
perfect. Okay. If you do not know, you don't send city while calling it, will it throw error? Yes, it see, for example, if I do not pass city, it will throw error. Why? Because I'm using this keyword over here. See, I'm using this city keyword over here to extract data from keyword arguments. So of course it will give me error because this is how I've defined my code. in the function. Okay. Let me look if any question is by mistake. Can we combine list and dictionary? Or I think that is exactly the same question what Toby was asking here. And okay, I think all the questions are answered. So any other question, anyone? Please put in your question. Okay, now do one thing. Please go through the code till lambda function. Do let me know once you are done, and then we'll move ahead. Try to play around with it. Try to make your own functions. You can take 5 to 10 minutes for this. Try to make some functions by yourself, a simple calculator function by yourself, and see how it is working, how it is moving. Okay, and then please write done in the chat. Intention because we covered the whole function, and functions are very critical in Python. I just want you to understand the whole core concept, and everyone gets the understanding once they try it. So please go through the whole code from starting till functions, and then try functions as well by yourself, writing the code and see how it works. Because now the things are getting a bit complex compared to when we were simply assigning and doing it and else. So things are getting a bit complex. But yes. Okay, let me resend the code for sure. So I've resent the code to everyone in the chat. You can access it. So please go to the Python functions, try to create functions by yourself, and do let me know once you are done so that we move ahead. So has everyone gone through the code? Rahul, we are not looking into the grammar over there. We are simply using the input from the user to kind of make that sentence. That is what we are doing. Nothing else. Okay. So let me share the screen. Let's continue with Very Laptop. Now let's talk about lambda function. Now lambda in Python is known as an autonomous function. Okay. What does it do? For example, if you are having some simple function like this, so df li and a function input only one input parameter, and I'm saying return a plus 10. And when I run this function, you can see I'm getting 16. But instead of this, instead of these 2 lines or 3 lines, essentially, what if I'm simply able to do it using a single line? Okay, so how do I do that? That can be simply done using like this, using the lambda function. So I'm saying lambda a column, like this is my input. Do remember, let me tell. So on the left side of column, these are your inputs. So these are your inputs. And this is what your output will be. Okay. So you're saying that lambda, again a Python autonomous function, you do not need to define or anything such like this. You're saying that it will only receive one argument, which you're giving the name as A. And then on top of that, what you're saying is that output should be A plus 10. Output should be A plus. I have also specified these information over here. Okay. Now when I say BB is equal to lambda A plus 10, and when I say BB6, see the output is directly 16. Now you need to remember one important thing. Inside the lambda function, you cannot assign values. Means you cannot say lambda a colon b is equal to a plus 10. You cannot assign anything inside a lambda function. It's not allowed. It will give you error. Hence, I've written not allowed to use assignment operator inside a lambda function. It's only just for making the code look easy, and also it is comparatively faster. Same way, for example, I'm writing a function df bb abc, like these 3 inputs, return a plus b plus c. This can be written in this way as well, exactly. Okay, we can write this in this particular way as well, like bb lambda a comma b comma c, and returning a plus b plus c. Now it is even possible to use a if condition as well, just to show that in lambda. So now you can even encapsulate 3 to 4 lines in this function. So I'm saying return a plus b plus c, but what I'm doing, if, just let me uncomment this code first. So I'm saying if is this, then return a plus b plus c, else return 0, or basically it's odd. It is odd. Let's select this. As written, it is odd. So this 5 lines of code can be also captured directly in the lambda function as well. Okay, like this. So a comma b plus c. So a plus. So if a modulo 2 is equal to 0, give this as the output, else this as the output. So the syntax is a bit different. Now you all might agree that okay, this is much more easier to look at, much more easier to understand. why would I use lambda? It totally makes sense, of course. So you would use this. The only difference is in case if you want to run a function or call a function, let's say millions of time, in that case, lambda runs faster than this number of lines because lesser the number of lines, faster your code will be in execution. As simple as that. Okay. So simple thing to remember. Any questions? We use this function, Rahul, because it is faster compared to your normal function. Why? Because it is a single liner. So if you're calling a function, let's say billions of time, so rather than using a traditional function, if there is no assignment happening inside that function, use lambda. So which particular part do we? So we are talking about the lambda function. Lambda function is simply a single liner function that you can write, which does not allow assignment operator inside it. What is the use of it? Like 5, 6 lines of code, you can simply encapsulate in a single line. Yes, Pavitra, sometimes we tend to. If I want to do a transformation of a column value by value, I might use a function at every value. That could be the case. Okay. Okay, just let me repeat. We so far looked into functions, correct? So now there is another function known as lambda function. What is the use of this function? It allows you to write a 5, 6 lines of code of a function into a single line like this. Okay. For example, this is your function which allows you to pass in one argument a and returns a plus 10. So can I write this in a single line? The answer is yes. How? Like this. Lambda a, like this is my input arguments on left side of the column, and return a plus 10. So this 2 lines of code has been simply converted to 1 line of code. Now you might ask, why do we use lambda? It is comparatively faster than your existing functions. Okay, that's why. For example, let's say if this is your code, dfbb, now you're passing 3 arguments. So this can be simply again converted to 1 line. Lambda function can also allow you to use if and else, and in fact, multiple if and else. For example, if let's say this is your code, df, some function name, if a modulo 2 is 0, return this, else return this. Now, this 5, 6 lines of code can be simply written in a single line using lambda. So this is what is lambda function, allows us to kind of write 5, 6 lines of code in a single line, and it is faster because less lines of code have to be executed. And so if you are calling a function a lot of time, it would be making sense to use a lambda function. The only limitation with lambda function is you cannot assign values, like you cannot say b is equal to a plus 10 like this. Okay, you have to return, it will throw you error, otherwise you'll have to return something. Sure. Clear now, Lakshmi? Similar to what lambda function is, there is list comprehension. What is the use of list comprehension? List comprehension allows you to control a for loop in a single line. For example, let's say I'm writing a code for I in range 10, and before this I'm defining a list like as L is equal to empty list. For I in range 10, L dot append I power 2. Can you tell what this code is doing? You can look at the output as well. Do you understand what this code is doing? If yes, please write yes in the chat. What part you are not able to understand? So what is happening is I'm iterating over a range function. Okay. What does range give me? Range 10, what does it give me? It gives me 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Just to show you what this range gives me. Like if I say list range, like it gives me these numbers. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm iterating over these numbers. So for I in range this, and then I'm saying L dot append. What is L? L is this empty list over here. Dot append means adding data to this list. What to add? Basically the square of the I value that is coming from here. We just discussed for loop. We have already discussed range function, and we have already discussed the append function as well. Clear now, Lakshmi? Okay, let's move ahead now. Now, see what I was doing. I made an empty list and I'm appending the square values over here. Now, can I write this 3 lines of code in a single line? The answer is yes. And that has to be done using list comprehension. So writing a for loop in a single line like this is what we call as list comprehension. So if you look closely, same thing is written, the order is different. Now I will agree on that part that this is much more complex to look at rather than this. This is much more easily understandable. But again, why do we tend to use list comprehension? Make our code smaller, and as it is smaller, it will execute faster. Simple. The syntax is a bit different. So you say for I in range 10, add this to the list. So what you are simply doing is, if you look closely, I'm saying L is equal to what? A list. And then he's saying for I in range 10, add this, basically. That is what is happening. Now, however, we call it list comprehension, but we are allowed to get data in sets and dictionary formats as well. For example, instead of square brackets, if I use curly brackets, it becomes set. And if I use curly brackets and just simply put colon between these two values, it becomes like the dictionary. Like for I in range 10, the I value and its corresponding, like I becomes the key and its corresponding value. Once I run this, you can see it saves it in form of a dictionary. Okay, so simply change the brackets and the output changes. Now, same way, what is happening is you can have multiple if and else. Now, just to give you a disclaimer, if you do not understand this syntax, it's totally fine. You can ignore these because you already know how to write a for loop. Correct? You already know how to write a for loop. If you're fine with this, that's totally okay. You do not need to kind of go into detail of this. You can ignore this. But yes, once you're very good with for loop, then is when it makes honestly the sense to go through list comprehension and lambda functions. No, Sundar, we cannot write that way. It will give you a syntax error. Okay. Same way, you can use list comprehension as well. Inside list comprehension, you can use if and else as well. But if and else has to be used before the for. This is how the syntax is, and I do agree it's complex, but again, this is how you have to write it. So I'm saying for I in range 10, add this to the list if I%2 is 0. And if this is false, then add I power 0.5. Now this is the under root. Means for even numbers, I'll get a square. And for odd numbers, I'll get a under root. Getting it? What is happening over here, everyone? So if I try to write this code in expanded form, so just to show you so that you are able to make sense out of it. So simply copy first of all the for loop like this. Sorry, copy the for loop like this. Post that, copy the first if statement. If this, place it over here like this. And what we are appending? This particular value. L dot append this value. You also have to define L over here, in fact, first. Like this. Okay, so if this is the outcome, L dot append. else L dot append I power 0.5, which gives the under root. So these 8 lines of code has been simply written in a single line. But yes, just to show you how this could have been done, so just teaching it. Now, as of now, you might not get it honestly, but once you're very good with loops and these things, then it will look much more easier to you. All this will look much more easier to you. Okay. Okay, now let's move to open function in Python. This is a built-in function in Python. What does it do? It allows you to make file and write data into it. Okay. So open is a Python built-in function. So what I am doing over here, will look very closely, please. Just to show you this. So what I'm saying is open. Please listen carefully. So what I'm doing over here is I'm saying open. Okay, open what? I'm passing a file name over here, expense.txt. You can also pass a complete path like C drive, users, and then you can say expense.txt. Okay, like this. You're allowed to pass the full path as well. But do remember to always specify the extension. Otherwise, Python will not create a proper file. You might get error. Now, what is this? This is mode. Like, what is your mode? What do you want to do? If I go into the documentation of this, like by simply pressing Shift Tab, let's do that. And let's move a bit down. So see, this is what it tells you. There are various codes over here. If you want to simply read a file which is present, instead of X, you would have written a R. Okay, you would have written a R, like if this expense.txt file was present. Now, because we are making it for the first time, so I'll simply say create a new file and open it for writing. Getting it? Hence, I used the X over here. Means I'm saying make a new file expense.txt and I want to write into it. That's why I specified a X. Getting it? In case if there is an existing file, so I'm saying open for writing and append, like I will use a. So in Python, there is an open function which allows you to open txt or csv files easily. Please do not think that it will give you a very good format of Word files or Excel files. No, it works very well with your text format files, basically. TSV, CSV, .txt, these files. Okay, not some specific proprietary software files. Okay, then I'm saying, and I'm storing this into F. Now I'm saying f.write. Hello, this is the line entry in my file. So this line will be written to your file, and then you say f.close. Once you run this, so in which directory your code is present or what path you specified over here, in that path, the code, this file will be saved with this line written into it. Shift plus tab, Ankit. It's also present in top of the code. Initially only I did that as a comment. Okay. Now, in case if your file is is present already, for example, say I'm writing this file, and do remember to close the file, otherwise it will be open in your system and you won't be able to delete it. So always do remember to close it. Okay. So now let's say I'm reading a file. So I'm saying open expense.txt for read. I'm then reading the file f.read like this, and it says, okay, hello, this is the line entry in the file, and it has, like, I'm then closing the file. So this open function can be used for creating new files or reading or editing existing files. Clear to everyone? Any questions? In what situation do we use F? Okay, I think you're referring to this, no? Correct? So what happens, Toby? Instead of using F, you would use a R, honestly. for this particular file path, but I'll also refer to F. So F stands for F string in Python, which allows you to work with data, pass information very easily. For example, let's say I'm saying print, and I'm just showing you some things like name is equal to R, city is equal to X, like this. Okay. Hi, and then I'm saying name, and I have to actually add a space because it looks good. Hi name, then R U from, and again a space, then X, like this. Sorry, city. Now once I print this, see, this is how it looks. Hi, are you from X, like city X basically. Okay. Now this is what happens is like good to look at, but again I have to put so many commas. I have to ensure that every space is proper or not. If I want to print it normally, so that is why I asked all of you to please go through the documentation. That is very mandatory. So I can simply say F string. This is what we call as F string. And I can say hi, and I can say name, are you from, and simply curly brackets city. And it gives me the same output. Does it make sense? We call this as F string. Anyone who is completely new to Python, please ignore this concept as of now. But yes, those who are already aware about it uh, might help you. Does it make sense, Toby? There are certain more things that you can do with F string. In fact, yes, this simply make like this is string method or this is print methods allows you to play around with strings and these things much more well. Okay. So let me look into other questions. If the file exists, will it overwrite or append? In case if you want to overwrite, in that case, you'll change this method. For example, if there is existing file, so you'll simply, what you'll do, just go to the mode and see open for writing and truncate the file first. Like it will remove all the content first. So if you want to simply overwrite J, then you'll specify the mode W. Okay, so it's basically based on the mode. By simply passing the path, Bharat. Now see, when if you're saying server, now that is where trick comes in. You'll have to connect to that server using your API or something like those kind of things. And you might use libraries. We do not directly use the open function to read any file. Then you have certain libraries which you would use to read files from server and those things. However, from your system, you can directly pass in the path. If it's a TXT, CSV, or TSV file, you can directly read it. Okay. Okay. Now let's move into the last concept of classes, and then our class will be kind of over, and you do not have to look into multiple things. Okay. Now let's talk about classes. Now, my first disclaimer before moving into classes is, and everyone please pay attention. In case if you are very good, first of all, is it required as of now? Because all of you, if you are beginner in Python, please skip this concept as of now because this might further confuse you with how things are working. First, get a good hold of functions, for loops, everything, and then is when you should try to look into classes in detail. But again, because I want to teach it, why? Because in case if you want to learn it afterwards, you still have something to look at. That is why I want to. That is why I'm covering it. But again, the prerequisite for all of you is to first of all get good hold on functions, loops, conditions, everything. And then is when you come to classes. Because for anyone who is completely new to Python or new to programming, these concepts can be a bit, we can say, complex to understand initially. But yes, I'll give you idea about what classes do and how do they work. For example, let's say I'm making two functions, def add a comma b, and I'm saying print a plus b. Okay, and then I'm making another function sub, but I'm not passing any arguments, and I'm saying a minus b, like this. Now when I run a add 3 comma 4, it works. Now I said a minus b over here, but I did not define what I was hoping. I'm hoping that it will be able to use this a and b only. But once I do this, it gives me error saying that it does not know a. So this is one of the problems that classes can solve for you. Allows you to use variables across different functions. And this is among one of the many other problems that classes solves. Classes, if someone knows, follows the OOPS concepts, object-oriented programming. Okay, so as encapsulation, abstraction, inheritance, polymorphism, composition. So all these concepts are present in Python as well, and they are present in Python using classes. Okay, now how do we solve this kind of problem? A very similar problem, that how do we kind of use the same things across multiple functions? And also, what is the use of classes, in fact? Okay, so what we tend to do is classes provide us the solution for this kind of problem. One of the solution, like this is among many the solutions that classes provide us, that you can use the variables cross-referentially. Second, classes, think of classes like a map given by an architect. For example, let's say there is a land which is let's say 15 meters by 15 meters, or let's say 100 meters by 100 meters. And let's say architect designed a whole particular plan on that land, that okay, this is where the house should be, this is where this room, that room, this should be. Now my question is, can using that same map, you can make n number of houses on a 100 cross 100 meter land or not? What do you think? Can the same map be used for creating multiple homes? The answer is yes, correct? Same way, classes can be thought as a blueprint. Blueprint for what? For creating multiple objects. Now, what are these multiple objects? We'll talk about that. Means you only define once, but you have separate memory for every object. Okay, let's talk about that. Just let's see this very closely, and then we'll talk about this. Let's say we are making a class calculator. Okay. Now, you do not have basically a directly passable value, but how you can pass it, but still, this is how you write. Class word is used for defining a class, and then this is the name of my class. You can give any name, just simply follow the variable rules. Now, post that I'm saying def, and do remember this has to always be like this, underscore underscore init underscore underscore. Now, what this function does is it allows you to pass values directly, like here, when you're calling a class. Okay, you can say this is an initialization function as of now, constructor basically. Okay, I do not want to use technical terms because many of you are completely beginner in Python or programming as well. So you can say this functions allows you to pass values directly with classes like this 3, 4. Okay. Now please see very carefully what is happening over here. Now what happens is, so I'm saying df init self a comma b. Now these are these values that I'm able to pass over here. Okay. Now what this self refers to, as I told you, that classes are, you can say, kind of blueprint that allow you to make multiple objects, and every object having its own memory. I'm just trying to make it simple. So this self is referring to this object itself, like case 1. So when I say self.a, so I'm saying that case 1.a is basically the input that I'm passing over here. So I'm saying like case 1.a is equal to 3. Case 1.b is equal to 4. Like this self is essentially referring to this particular object itself. Now your question might be, do we always use the word self? This is the commonly followed name across the domain, but you can use any name. Now also one more thing, classes are complex. It could be that you might have to watch this recorded session at least 2 to 3 times to understand classes, but that is how it is, honestly. Okay, that is how classes are. And that is why I recommended first to all of you to go through. So in case if you do not get classes, please do not be worried at all. Simply go through functions, loops first, be very good at that, then come to classes. Okay. Yes, we tend to use the same keyword. Now, the second requirement is any function that you define inside a class, you have to place an argument of self over here. Okay. In case if you want to use the same object, okay, case 1 like this. So I'm saying df add print self.a plus self.b. Same way I'm saying subtract prints self.a minus self.b. Same way mul self.a multiply self.b. Let's see. First of all, I just want to show you what is the objective of classes. And I'm having one more example, in fact, that will also help you to understand how this whole thing is working. Don't worry. So I'm saying case 1, simply specifying a variable, saying is equal to calculator 3, 4. When I say case 1 dot add, it tells me 7. Case 1 dot sub, it gives me -1. Case 1 dot mul, it gives me 12. I can even say case 1 dot a like this. But now the amazing part which I was talking about is it allows you to create multiple objects. See, the class is similar, calculator only, but I can create multiple objects over here, multiple instances over here. So case 1, case 2, case 3, and I'm passing multiple values over here. Correct? So when I'm saying like case 2 dot add, so it will be adding 1812 only. When I say case 1 dot multiply, it will be doing multiplication of this. Means what is happening is think of them as certain individuals. Okay. What does they do? Everyone is having its own memory. Or let me kind of make it a bit easy for you. Let's move to second example. Let me kind of move to second example itself. Just give me a second, because this is a kind of confusing example. Let's remove this example completely. Just give me a second. Okay, let's look into this. This will make much more sense to all of you. Just give me a second. Like this, let's see. I'll talk about what I'm saying. Let's say I'm creating a class with respect to bank account. I'm making a bank account class. Now, what does this allow me to do? It allows me to maintain the bank account of multiple people. One simple code, but I can store memory of multiple people using this class. Now, please pay attention what is happening. Okay, what is happening? Please pay attention. Now, first of all, I'm saying def underscore underscore init. Why? So that I can pass the name of the people like this. Okay, and I've already specified a default argument like balance is equal to 0. Now you can see that, see, using this bank account, I'm having multiple person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, multiple person instances I'm able to make. Now, what is happening is I'm saying, and just let me remove these things now. Now, what is happening is the owner value that I pass over here, I'm saying self.owner is equal to owner. Why? So that I can use this inside all these functions wherever I want to use it. That is the reason. For me to use this across multiple functions, I'll have to say self.owner. Okay. Or even when I say owner name, same way now I'm making a function to deposit amount. So I'm saying df deposit. Okay. Self y, because it should be depositing in that person amount only, correct? It should not be that I add money, it goes to some other person account. That should be not the case. And initially the balance was 0. So I'm saying self.balance plus equal to amount. So deposited this amount and it will print the balance. Same way, I made a code for withdrawing amount. Like self, what is the amount to withdraw? And if amount is greater than a balance, then only, like if the amount is greater than a balance, say insufficient funds, you cannot withdraw. But if it is less than or equal to, like it is, if it is otherwise, then simply minus the balance from minus the amount from the balance and print like withdraw. Don't worry, we'll look into these functions very closely. But before, I just want to show you what it can do, and that is the amazing part for it. For example, what I'm doing, I made a class. What is this class used for? Maintaining the bank account of multiple peoples. You can now think people as objects over here. Okay. This class is used for maintaining accounts of multiple peoples. So first I'm saying bank account, passing John Wick. So basically the owner name, like owner. Same way, Sam X, James Bond, Hector V. So I'm making 4-person accounts in my bank account. Done. Once let me run this, done. Now if I say P1 dot owner, who is the owner? John Wick. P1 dot balance, 0. Same way I can say like every instance, every object will have its own memory. For example, if I say P1 dot balance, it says 0. If I say P1 dot owner, or let's say P3 dot owner, it says James Bond. Are you able to see that class is only one, but I'm able to use it for multiple accounts? So same code used for having its like every person is having its own memory over here like this now. Now I can say, okay, P1 dot deposit 100. Let's say this. So deposited 100 in the bank account, remaining balance 100. Then I'm saying P1 dot deposit 110. Okay. Now I'm doing what? For example, I'm saying P2 dot deposit 510 like this. Like I can do deposit in multiple accounts because now every account is having its own memory over here. So same way P1 dot withdraw 500. Why? Because the balance was only 210 for this person. So insufficient funds, withdraw not possible. Okay, now if I say withdraw 50, so it says okay, withdrawn. And do you remember? See, it is subtracting from 210 now. So it's 160. Means what is happening? That it is able to store memory with respect to every person. And same way you can do it for P3, P4, every case. Okay. Just to remove a bit of values over here so that we only keep it to 2. So P2 dot balance. Okay. And same way, see what I'm doing is I'm adding deposits. I'm seeing like what is a P1 balance. Now same way I can say what is a P2 balance, like person 2 balance. So all these things can be done. Okay. Now I can add, withdraw, add, withdraw. And now see after what? P1 balance 670. What is P2 balance? 600. And you can also delete certain person. Let's say the person leaves the bank. So I can simply say delete P2. And now see if you say P1, P2 dot honor, there is no instance of this P2. Okay. So in plain terms, what classes are used for? Using a single blueprint, you can create multiple objects. And every object will be having its own storage, or you can say own memory. Okay. For example, like what is the current balance for P2? I can ask what is the current balance for P1. So all these things can be done. Does it make sense, everyone? I do agree classes are complex, but yes, this is where the Python class also ends because this is the last part that anyone would want to understand in this. We have covered nearly everything in Python. Is it clear? Any questions, anyone? Any part that you have not got, do let me know. Any questions, anyone? Let me do one thing. Let me share this code with all of you. Try to go over this code. Do let me know any questions. Try to play around with the classes. Yes, Toby, if you already know about what is extra. However, I'm not going into very much detail of classes. The sole reason behind that is because it is far too complex for any of you or any of the beginner person to understand. That is what I have saying. I've said multiple times. Please do not be like do not jump directly into the classes. If you did not get the classes, please do not worry at all. It is complex. No one gets it in the first go, honestly. First, be very good with functions, loops, and once you're good with it, when then if you come back and watch this recorded session, you'll be able to understand easily. Prakhar, that is not the part of the course as well, honestly. There is a separate course regarding Git with Simply Learn, but in this course, you do not talk about Git or GitHub anywhere. So you can talk to Simple if they can involve you in some other part in which Git is taught. But yes, okay. Yugender, to do CRUD operations in Python, you'll have to use SQLite. That's a Python library. We'll be talking about that in not essentially SQL library, but we'll be talking about what libraries are, how you can use those. So those are concepts of libraries. So directly the operations are not possible, but they are possible using a library, Yugender. Sure, Rahul, sure. Please do. No, Toby, we are not. Because again, you know how complex those concepts are. And you also know that for a beginner level, so directly jumping into decorators and those things will only complex the things. Let me share the code again. Let me share the code again a bit. Okay. So we have shared the code. Can you share 1 minute on next week? Okay. So next week we are not having any class, but next to next week, Ankit, we'll be having uh, the class on applied data science with Python, where we'll start talking about what are various libraries in Python and a bit of statistics, mathematics, and that is what we'll be doing from next to next week, Ankit. So next course will be essentially talking about data science. If anyone of you have any questions, you can also unmute yourself and ask the questions. You have the right to unmute yourself.
Hello, sir. Please mention the website from where we practice the questions on Python.
Perfect. Yes. So yes, got it. Good question. Okay, let me share the screen again. Then just give me a second. Thank you, Faizan, for giving me a reminder about it. So just to mention, first of all, I do not have any affiliation with this website at all. Okay, and let me share the screen. So there is this website known as HackerRank. Is my screen visible? Once you
Yes, sir.
simply Google it, it comes up. Okay. Now you can create an account completely for free over here for developers who want to practice. It's completely free. Make a free account over here. Like for developers, if you click, it will allow you to create a free account. And for every programming language, like most of the programming language, they have a lot of problems that you can try to solve. So as I mentioned from the first class, programming, you'll be only good with programming once you practice. Now the question was, from where do we practice? From where do get the question? We do get the questions. So the website is this website hackerrank.com. Let me share the link as well. So go make an account on this. It's completely free. Again, I do not have any association with this website, so I'm not promoting it honestly. This is a good website, hence, and there are many other websites as well. But yes, so you can simply kind of make an account and practice Python questions on it. Will there be no class next week? Next week, no. Shabas, no. Yes, Hacker Earth is also good, in fact. Correct. Hacker Rank, Hacker Earth, kind of similar. I'm not sure which came first, but yes, both of them are exactly doing the same thing. Correct. Prakhar, it's completely based on the things that we have learned in the class. And again, just to mention, the course and projects for this course are not mandatory. Why? Because this course was completely optional. Okay. Anyone else having any questions? Lakshmi, you're unmuted.
No.
Okay, then that's perfect. So I do not see any questions. Now, I've already shared the code in the chat window. Request you to please go through the whole code. Try to look into any part. If you're not able to get anything, do let me know. I'll answer that question. I'll help you with that. If you're having any errors, do let me know. Please consume 2 to 3 minutes before we close the session. You can take that time to discuss everything in detail. Like if you have any question, any queries. Thank you, brother. Once done, I'm sharing the feedback link with all of you. I request you to please provide the feedback. The feedback ratings are from 0 to 5, 1 to 5, sorry. Only 5 is termed as good. Less than 5, nothing is termed as good. So request you to please provide the ratings accordingly. It will be beneficial both for me as well as the team. So you are also free to provide in your comments as well. And then you can drop from the class if you have no questions, no queries. And in case if there are any questions, please post in the chat. I'll be
Uh,
helpful.
sorry, Rahul. Sorry for taking more of it. I just wanted to ask, so like most of these concepts that we are covering now, these are some of the things that will be required throughout the journey for this Microsoft AI course. Because why I'm asking is I know that we can't cover everything for sure, and like you said, we would also get a lot of information going through the documentation. So
Mhm.
this is my question.
Yes, so the things that we talked about in today's class, of course, will be used throughout the course. And
Mm-hmm.
there are many, many things, as you mentioned, covering the whole Python itself is in fact not possible. It would require completely months to look into each and everything. So it's not possible. Hence, that's why I
Mm-hmm.
refer to the documentation. And yes, all these things will be used ahead in the upcoming courses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nanda. Thank you, Toby. Thank you, Prakhar. I request everyone to please provide feedback. So only the rating 5 is termed as good, rest is not termed as good. You can also provide in your comments. And those who are leaving, thank you. See you after next week with a new course. Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you, Faizan. Thanks, Sugender. Thank you, Vasu. Thanks, Sundar.
Thank you, Rahul, for a wonderful session. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. Once we wrap up the session, you can see survey feedback form in your browser. Please rate us the session between 5 or less than 5. It will improve upcoming session.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, everyone.
everyone.
Take
I'm
care.
also leaving the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Have a good day, everyone. Bye.
Bye, guys.